Testing, testing. Okay, that looks good. Let me just write a quick stream checklist just for me, or at least add to it. Okay. So the to-dos for today. I have been thinking about the regions and how some features require a specific region. Let me hide this. And the prefabs, how they right now have items that don't match. So for example, I have this snowy region here if I start the game, and then I get features like this one with green shrubbery, which is weird to say the least. And I intend to fix that today. But first is the I was working on this snow region, and it's a bit too bright for my liking, and I have a vignette that just darkens the corner of the screen in the shader. But right now it's, when I turn it on, it's just commented out here. If I turn it on, you can see that the edges of the screen are now dark. But that's annoying in the editor because it's dependent on the world location. So if I zoom out, you can, as you can see, that severely limits what I can see in the editor. So the plan is to move that, not move that, but make it so that the vignette only shows when the game is running. I could actually make it a bit stronger. Okay, so the vignette is completely done, completely done by the shader, and it in the fragment shader, and for each fragment it checks the I think it's screen space. Well, actually, I think no, it's the world space. So the shader gets passed in the player position, and then I have the world light map. Okay, it hijacks the light map texture and darkens the more far away we get from the hero position. So that's completely fine, this works, but I want to turn it off without having to comment it out every time. So my idea was, if I look at this, it just returns a float. So it's not a color, the vignette, it's just light or dark. Now I could make it so that I pass in a color to the shader for the vignette. So if I don't want the vignette to show, I just pass in an alpha color. But I don't really... Well, I could hijack this, because I don't like the screen going completely red when you get hit. So I could just color the vignette. And the vignette color gets passed to the shader every frame, so that's not a problem. Let me look at the code that does the overlay. And that should be in game. I know it's called red timer. Okay, here it is. So I have a timer, and as long as that is running, I paint a full rectangle across the screen in red, just this, and that's just so the player knows that they got hit. This is in the R stat. So there would have to be... I would have to combine these, because there's one for a green overlay and a red overlay, a blue overlay, which is easy to just render over each other, but not with the vignette. The vignette is, there's just one of these, of the vignette. Well, that's actually much more complicated, because I want the vignette, of course, to be black by default. So I would have to lerp it to black. I could have a global vignette color, and and here I set it I would have to have at least 2 global vignette colors, one black, or just as the default. Doesn't have to be a variable. And then one for the coloring of it, which is set depending on these timers. The color can be lerped from these 3, and then I lerp the color between black and the result of these 3 colors. By taking the maximum of these 3 timers, but well, I don't even know if that would look great. And the other question is the vignette always on? Which is not clear. Just made the radius shorter. Okay, that's better. Let's make it even shorter. Don't have to recompile. The shaders are compiled on start. Yeah, that's too much. Let's have it. I think that's okay. I mean, I could just for fun test what a red vignette would look like. And I think this is the only place it's used here. So let's return a vector 3. And I think it's 3, yes. And L. Let's clamp L here. And return a vector 3 of L 0. Actually, don't. Well, let's make it 1. Okay, so that was the wrong way around. I have to lerp this here. But I mean, it looks promising. So L is 1 in the center and 0 at the sides. So I want, when it nears 0, I want it to be red. And in the center I want it to be white. Yes. And this is done with, it's not lerp, is it smooth or something? Well, it's been a while since I've used GLSL. Do I need function for that? I think so. Let's ask Google. DLSL lab. Okay, it's mix. Hello. Okay. XYA. Okay, that's easy enough. So I said I want it goes to 1, I want it red. Okay, so start out with 1, then red, and then L. Well, almost. So it's the other way around, I guess. Yes, okay. But why is it still so? Okay, I mean, this is... The problem is, if the player gets hit, then the dark areas are shown most likely. So that's... And I'm not sure if this effect right here is enough. So let's not do this. But what I can do is add a uniform, call it, making it int, and name it vignettes. VG. It's better, I guess. And let's make it a float, because why not? Or should I? I could make it a float so that I can use it in day and night lighting. 0 to 1. Okay. Then I'll go into my shader struct, add it there. Vignette. What do I call it? Vignette strength or something, or alpha. It's not exactly alpha, so let's call it strength. Okay. Then I go into the render file, and there I have the begin render path, and there I'm sorry. Oh, it is an F. What is? Oh, that's time. Is it really an F? UT, so that's in the vertex shader. Oh, there it was. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is another thing. It's the time of the program in seconds, and it's used for these swaying effects of the plant. So I can just copy this and say, okay, for now, it's always 1. And oh, actually this is also already here, so I can say in the game it's 1. Oh well, I have to be careful now because I think it's reversed. What happens if I multiply this by 1? Or would that be 1 over? If I want this vignette to go away, what do I multiply with? If I multiply this by 1, nothing happens. If I multiply it by 0, everything is black. So that's not what I want. But if I clamp it to this, then that's also not what I want, because that means it's always black. But I have this 1 over. So if this is 0, I want this to always be 1. This to always output 1. So I should set this clamp if I say I want a vignette, then this should be 0. So it's just 1 over. So this is not really the vignette strength. This thing right here, but it is what is it really? Can I do this more simply somewhere? Oh, I can, well, I could pass in the radius. Or I can just make it, just multiply it right here. It would also do what I want, would it not? Because it's 1 minus. So this becomes what it is when this is 1, but this becomes 0. This is 0. So it's 1 minus 0 is 1, which means everything is on. So this is actually what I want. Let's set this to 32, I believe it was. Okay, so game has the vignette on. Let's make it an integer, actually. Just so it's clear that it's a toggle. I think that works. And then I'll have to bind it here. That's what I wanted. All right. Good. I have some other files lying around, but that was just me cleaning up. So let's commit them in. And yes, that is taken care of. And let me check if there was everything for this vignette. Yes. Okay, so the other thing are the regions of the prefabs. I've been going back and forth today thinking about this. My first idea was let me just read it right here. Yeah, the first idea was to have these prefabs be, let me just go there real quick. There's these prefabs be filled only with generic objects that can then be turned into themed entities. So basically, when the game finds these, when starting the game, it will swap them out depending on the underlying floor texture. So this is a placeholder floor texture, but something like this, which is just grass. So if it finds a bush on a grass, a generic bush on a grass, will leave it that way. But when it finds a generic bush on, let's say, snow, we'll turn it into where am I? Well, something like, oh, that's a tree. Something like this. That was the first idea, to make these prefabs be placeable anywhere in the world, on any region, and not look terrible. But that is actually super complicated, and it means that I have two classes of objects. which is really bad. So I would have the generic object, and then I would have in code permutations of it for all the regions, which I can't see in the code. I would have to have them somewhere to inspect. And it also, maybe even worse, requires that regions have a specific ground texture. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad as it sounds, because I can place these under the markers, for example. But nonetheless, this idea is actually very involved, and let me check if I've forgotten something about it, but yeah, another problem is that these generic objects now share a common behavior. So like, this is a generic stone now, and it can only be interacted with in this specific way in all regions, even if the stone looks different and has a different name. So that's also a constraint I don't want. But the main one is the requirement to have the ground textures. So the ground textures would be the thing that defines the regions, which is, yeah, it's bad. So therefore, luckily, I had another idea, because this was, until an hour ago, what I was going to do. I had another idea where I have these markers here. They were called wildcard yesterday, but I renamed them to just mean feature. But with basically the same functionality. It's just I made their purpose more clear. So I have these, and what I plan to do now is have these features define the region, these markers. So there would be maybe I'll just change the color. I'll have not a yellow one, but a white one for snow. I'll have a gray one for rocks. I'll have a green one for fields. I'll have a brown one for earth or mud. I'll have whatever this color is, this brownish green for forests. That is what are they called? I knew the name for it, but it's the leafy forest as compared to needle forests. And I have marshes, a lighter brown. So instead of one feature marker, there would be 8 or so, one for each region. Then the algorithm that goes through and picks something to place here at these markers. If I jump in, you can see that they were populated with features. the algorithm that places those can then look at the marker and see, okay, this is a snowy region, and decide not to place some of the not to place features that are incompatible with snow. So how does this fix the original problem of having lush greenery in the middle of a snowfield? It fixes it by making it the responsibility of the prefabs to be compatible with the regions they say they are. So it is the case that most features, most prefabs are limited to 1 or 2 regions. So imagine a shepherd like this would not appear in the underworld, typically. And they wouldn't appear in the mountains. I mean, they could, but it's much more likely that they would be in the fields. And I'd much more have something more topical for the mountains. And the second solution, so this is the first, I have these markers that say, okay, this is the region. And I have the prefabs that say I can be placed there or not. The second solution that is apart from both of them is to just not use region-specific objects. So that's pretty self-explanatory, but I could just, instead of having this thief sit in the bushes, I can have him sit around crates or something that's the same across all regions. And the third solution is to have duplicate prefabs. So when a prefab is, when the algorithm tries to place a prefab in the world, it can decide itself which prefab it would want to place. And if let's say I have this shepherd in the forest and the mountains, then I can duplicate this, just like this, and change the scenery, which is here just a stone. And I can even give him different sheeps, for example, brown sheeps. So that's actually the freedom I want. Is this more work? I think not really. And it has the added benefit for really changing the content depending on the region. And yeah, so there are not many features. Well, what am I trying to say? There are many features that don't even require these prefabs. They are just placed algorithmically. So that's, for example, 2 wolves or 3 that are placed, and they're not impacted by this at all. So I think this gives me the greatest freedom. And let's be honest, copying this was not that much work. to make it, for example, work in a forest. So yeah, of course I have to declare this in the code, but that's just one line copied and 2 numbers changed for the origin of the prefab. So yeah, that's the plan for today. And the first step is to find a feature that is region locked so that we have something to work with. And then we make the feature markers define the region. And only the region we need for the feature for now. And then we'll write the code that tests the region versus where the prefab can be placed. And maybe we'll create one variation for a prefab for a different region. And yeah, that'll be about it. And I have a dozen other to-dos, so if there's still time after this, I'll look at the others. But yeah, so let's begin by looking at the features. And I think I want a feature that is region locked. I think there can be anything. So let's look at the binder features. So something that's region locked. Templar with but repeatable. Here, ancient memorial on a field, telling of nation's history. So that sounds good. This can only happen on fields. And I would also have to designate the... Sorry, I would also have to designate the allowed regions for all the other features. Set allowed regions for all existing features. Okay, of course with this comes a little bit more, a little extra work, namely making objects in the world readable, but I think that should actually work. So let's look at this a bit more closely. So an ancient memorial on a field with inscriptions describing the fight for independence from the greed of the old nations and the famous founders, leaving to speculate about what exactly took place, as some texts are illegible now. So maybe I'll alter this, because this sounds pretty much like the United States, which I don't want the player to associate this with the real world, just for immersion. Let's call this a famous hero. Let's call this oppression. With inscriptions describing a fight for independence. Well, independence. Let's call it freedom. The fight for freedom from the oppression of the old nations. Let's call it that. That sounds much more interesting. And a famous hero. And a famous hero. Leaving reader to speculate about what exactly took place. Okay. Ancient memorial on a field. I mean, this is basically just exposition. Which could use more interest in, for example, a nice, interesting scenery around it, which is not doable with prefabs. But on the other hand, these memorials, when they're just just a big slab of stone, then they could be reused and placed anywhere on the world, telling not just this story, or maybe just this story, but in parts. And yeah, they could serve as kind of a exposition dump. Think about Skyrim's books, for example. So yeah, I think it's okay to put these into small prefabs and not have this a famous site in the world. Yeah. Especially when it's just parts of a story. So where would I note? Where would I note down these alterations? Okay, I'll just write it just in here. Describing many. Well, then it's not a memorial, but it is. Well, let's leave it at that. But let's add many more can be found that continue the story. Okay. I mean, yeah. I should remember that I can just edit these as much as I want. Well, within reason. If I have not begun implementing them, then that's fair game. Okay, so I have my task. So let's say we make 5 of these. Maybe I do want them placed in different regions. Oh, this also brings with it... Okay, oh, there are constraints where I can place this, other than the region, which is only once. Only in order. Well, that's actually... How else could I solve this? This should almost be a meta thing. Well, only let's leave it at only once. There should be some kind... They should be self-contained. But open texts. Placed only once per run. That's... I've not thought about this at all, so that's fun. Famous hero. Let's make 5 of them. So we get bang for a buck. And let's place them in field, forest. We could place each one somewhere else. That's maybe the most fun. Field, forest, mountain. Shore and what else do I have? In the marsh. Okay. So I mean, the text will not be long. There will be like the text above that describes the feature. Or something comparable. But I will have to write this text. I could lorem ipsum it, but that's pretty much cheating. So, prerequisites. Is that how I write it? I think so. So I need markers on these regions, and they need to be actually placed in the world. And not, I don't have to cover it, but I need to have enough of them. And write the region rejection code. But that's not a prerequisite as is. Maybe I should. These are not I should do the content first, because that keeps on track. This doesn't. Implementation. Placed once per run. Content. So I have these. I need prefabs for each region. I need the mural, or I think mural, I called it last time. Okay, memorial. I think, yeah, it should be different objects, or I could also make it one object that returns a random text, but that's it should then of course always return the same text every time you read it. That's not possible. Memorial objects. 5 objects. 5 prefabs. So I have not thought about the law of the game that deeply. So writing these texts could be quite hard. Can I do that in 10 minutes each? I mean, the first one should be about the old nations. The second one should be about the oppression. Third one about the hero. Fourth one about the fight. Fifth one about the, or maybe the hero first. Yeah, like this. Should actually be centered on hero character. What's this? 5-act structure, but that doesn't make much sense. I do have in setting in here. Oh yeah, here, Swain. Okay, could just go with Swain. And make this scene sequel scene. Well, this has to be a sequel. This is resistance. Scene. And then I have let's write story questions. Can the old nations I don't want to make this too similar to colonialism. But what is their motivation? Can the old nations, let's just make it all or nothing, survive even though disease is trying to kill them? Can the hero become the savior even when thoughts and ideas are suppressed? Well, this is pretty bad, but it's good enough, I guess. Oppression. Can the can the people rise up even though the oppressors keep them down? can the resistance E or A? E. Can you resistance blow a critical strike? Of a critical blow, even though the oppressors what do you call it when they harden their defenses and go into hiding? Oppressors are out of reach, and then can the hero survive the fight even though he is, even though there's my comma here. Even though he is betrayed or something like that. Even though by even though forces are working to betray him. Okay, I mean this is a framework. But there should be some, at least some kind of text in there, even though it's really on the nose. But maybe if I make it not that obvious what the mirrors are talking about, this could be interesting. Okay, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. Okay. That's not a scene. Sequel. Scene. Should maybe start with a sequel. What do I want in this? Let's make it 3 things. Can the old nation survive? Though. So there's a this is a scene, so it's a magistrate. There's deathly ill peasant, affected by dies, and his son looks toward, let's call it the east, something. Then we have, can the hero become the savior when thoughts are suppressed? So this is a sequel, so no characters. Well, there should actually always be characters. Or maybe not. Schools. Indoctrination in schools. Murder of philosopher. And third thing, Public lies. Oh, let's call it proclamation of lies. Can the people rise up even though the oppressors keep them down? Clandestine meetings. Well, the obvious thing would be well, let's just make it leaflets. And books maybe. Clandestine meetings, writing, learning, passing on, reading and writing. Can the hero survive the fight even though forces are working to betray him? So the hero has followers, and I don't want to make this Jesus, but maybe it's just an ambush. In ambushing through underground. Maybe something like that. Don't want them to place bombs or something. Arrested and then public execution maybe. Can the resistance serve a critical blow even though the oppressors are out of reach? Let's make a servant or a guard kill the, what are they called? Those in power. Guards rise up. Killing the my English is failing me. The guards rise up, killing the leaders. It's enough. Drive them out. Establish what do they establish? They do establish a monarchy or something. So the hero in this story dies in the past, and it's not actually important in this game. Okay, so let's write the text. What is the voice? I want this maybe to be written in the voice of a priest that's transcribing this. Let's make this the king, maybe. King is maybe let's give him a name. Wow, this is... What is the easiest thing that I could do? Because all these texts are in the same place, so I can go over them again, but it should not be bad, but it should be good enough right now. I might need a reference. Let's just write something bad and then turn it into something good. A king with his entourage, which is not a good word, with his servants and court, was met in the diseased streets of his city by a crazed, ill person that grabbed onto him healing in his face before collapsing at his feet. A week later, the king died from the horrible disease, and his son swore to abandon these forsaken lands. King and his servants. King with servants and court met in deceased streets of his dying city. A crazed ill person. He grabbed onto him and yelled in his face and collapsed at his feet. In a week, the king died. Succumbed. Oh God, is that how you write it? Succumbed to. Well, let's make it obvious. Within the week, the king died from the horrible infection. Died horribly from the infection, and his son swore to abandon these forsaken lands. I mean, it's not good, but it's not horrible. Can the hero become the savior even though thoughts and ideas are suppressed? I should name the hero now, but I can just say hero because they may have no name. A hero brought up by mindless teachers and small ideas by shouting liars. Was that how you liars? Liars shout between. It's brought up by in between shouting liars. Let's call it charlatans. Is that how you write this? CH between shouting charlatans and murder. Let's make the philosophers not be the good guys again. Philosophers. Hero was brought up by these mindless teachers with small ideas between shouting charlatans and murderous philosophers. His mind unbent. And his ideas pure. I mean, this is polemic, written by someone hundreds of years ago. So this is in character. Even though it is, it's kitsch. His mind unbent and his ideas pure. He let's rewrite this sentence as I want to say that I want to bring the oppressors in here. Affected by this, maybe. His mind was unbent and his ideas pure. And I want to say that thoughts and ideas are suppressed. not even the when his father was arrested and killed. This hero's mind was still killed, and after this hero's mind was still unbent and his ideas pure. I write that hero was brought up by mindless teachers with small ideas. In between shouting charlatans and murderous philosophers. When his father was arrested and killed after the hero's mind was still unbent and his ideas pure. Who the father is the philosopher. But his father was arrested and killed. The hero's mind was still unbent. This is... oh no, this is... I need a sentence to end this. He was... what's the... was arrested and tortured, and his father was arrested and killed. His mind was still unbent. His arrest and torture and his father's arrest and murder still left his mind unbent and his ideas pure. This famous philosopher father's murder. And his father's arrested murder was a famous philosopher. I wouldn't write this way, but it sounds simple, which I want, I believe. And this public display of resolve was all the people, was what the people needed. So this is the transition into the next one. So we have clandestine meetings, leaflets, passing on reading and writing. This is a scene, so there are characters. Thinking of a nun. I'm not sure why. On the first night, a nun walked 12 houses. Oh, and it's not on the first night. After some nights, the nun already walked 12 houses. Bringing paper and charcoal with paper and charcoal and letters and books. Teaching parents to read and write. Teaching young parents to read and write. When it was 20, she employed her sister when it was 100. Okay, this sentence is a catastrophe, but let's move on. When it was 20, let's be obvious. Houses. She employed a sister. When it was 100 houses, she employed her students. When, let's make it dramatic, she disappeared. Was over 500 houses. This is pretty cool. Some nights, none. After a few nights, the nun already walked 12 houses with paper and charcoal and letters and books. There she taught she teaches everybody. There she taught them, them, is this clear? So a few nights, the nun already walked 12 houses with paper and charcoal and letters and books. There she taught them to read and write. I think this is cool. It's not super clear who she's teaching, but it becomes clearer. When it was 20 houses, she employed a sister. When it was 100 houses, she employed her students. Let's make this an odd number. When it was 21 houses, she employed a sister. When it was 84 houses, she employed her students. When she disappeared, it was over 500 houses. That sounds like an insurrection, so that's what I want. Can the hero survive the fight, even though forces are working to betray him? So this is indirect speech again. Well, but there's a fight, so that's okay. It's not a battle. It's it is ambush underground. Okay. This is how the hero dies. So the hero it's just mentioned here as what he lived through growing up. But then the next scene is where he dies. That's, I mean, anticlimactic. And maybe, I mean, it should be puzzling. Maybe I'll just mention him one more time in this one. So, this is all indirect. As the heroes following well, it doesn't have following, it's a grassroots movement. So he has just a small circle, but everybody knows him. So his small circle is trying to assassinate the leaders, which is, let's call it the Senate or something. After a long deliberation, the hero and his, what do I call this? Hero and seven others. We have other numbers here. 7 others. I don't want them to deliberate longly. I want them to be reckless. So I'll just abruptly start with this. The hero and 7 others snuck through the crypts oh, this is direct speech, isn't it? What is it? Not conspired, but the hero and 7 others conspired to assassinate the Senate. But were stopped. But were ambushed. themselves by guards. Snuck through the crypts to assassinate the Senate, but were ambushed themselves, were ambushed by guards. And killed or arrested. The next day, on the large on the palace grounds, public to a large crowd hero was what did they do? Did they hang him? That's too impersonal. The Senate cut off the hero's head. And warned its people as a warning to the unruly, to its unruly people. Unruly is the wrong word. I want something more like agitated, unresting, restless. Restless, also not exactly. Okay, unruly is it's good enough. Cut off all their heads. Don't even mention the hero here. Just not only dies off screen, but he's not even mentioned. Hero and 7 others snuck through the crypts to assassinate the Senate, but were ambushed by guards and arrested. The next day, the Senate cut off all their heads. The Senate publicly cut off all their heads. On the square, Senate cut off all the heads as a warning to its unruly all the heads. I mean, as a warning, that's self-evident. Heads to shouting and yelling. I mean, that doesn't tell me anything. And I mean, there will be peasants there that just want to see blood, so they won't necessarily protest this or cheer it on. So there's nothing to read from the crowd reaction here. What I want to say is that this does create tension in the populace, but that it's not erupting yet. It does so in the next scene. So the next scene is, can the resistance serve a critical blow even though the oppressors are out of reach? Okay, so maybe have the people of the city demonstrate some kind of some kind of gesture, individual gesture. Let's make them paint all these statues in the city with blood. That sounds fun. For the rest of the Senate's rule, statues, the city statues, let's begin this different. The people made after that from then on until the Senate's end, the people made sure to paint the city's statues in blood at night. With blood. To paint the city statues red. In or off. Red in blood. Every night the people painted city statues red in blood. That's kind of cool. So only one text left. It wasn't even that bad. I think I'm an hour in. But yeah, writing texts takes a lot of time. Alright, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. Okay. Guards rise up, killing leaders, drive them out, establishing monarchy. This is a scene. So let's write it active. An unnamed guard. Guard never named. I want to say something that he was worried about his people or something. His motive. Took it, maybe should I? Well, this here, I should have a motive. I mean, let's write it without one. Oops. This is active. With the help and a not a doctor, not a medicine man, not a shaman, but not an apothecary. Well, maybe apothecary. But that's... I need a more ancient word. A healer? A guard and a... herbalist. Oh, that's bad. And maybe a cook. I want them to be poisoned, because one guard can't kill them all. A guard and a servant. That's better. Guard and a servant, never named. Poisoned the Senate's meal. And died with them. Or did they die? And this leaves open the idea that everybody had the same meal, because they were afraid of being poisoned. So they knew what they were doing. What is it? The seat of the Senate called? A senatorium? Oh, what is a senatorium? Place in some churches. the seats appropriated for the use of the Emperor's King magistrates. Let's trust Webster. Establishment, medical care. Okay, that's what I had in mind. Good health. Healing. Okay. Wasn't the Senate's meal? Killed on an autumn day, a guard and a servant, never named, an unnamed guard and servant, unknown garden servant killed the Senate and themselves by poisoning the... Did they poisoning the I don't want to write the stew because that's boring, but it should be a specific food. This is also not active. Took a vial of deadly poison with them into the Senate, and there they what did they do with the cook? I think they just killed the cook. Carried a vial of deadly poison into the Senate. When there they... Okay. Overcoming the cook, overpowering the cook, over... Hey Andre, how you doing? Hey man, I'm late. That's fine. That's fine. I've been doing writing, which is pretty far from programming, so you haven't missed much. But I'm almost done here with the writing part. Carried a vial of deadly poison to the Senate. To the Senate kitchen. Well, they would have more than one cook. I mean, they could just tell them to flee. After a short quarrel, the cooks fled. On an autumn day, an unknown guard and servant carried a phial of deadly poison to the Senate kitchen. Here, there, they English words. I'm also not sure what I want to write. I don't want them to kill the cooks, because that's pretty evil and would belie their purpose of wanting to help people. Here they belie their motive. There they I could make this all one sentence. Just for flavor. Scaring away the cooks. Preparing the so this is taking place in this world, but 1,000 years ago. So they should have the same food. Preparing the but the Senate would eat pretty nobly. Preparing the don't want it to be cake. I don't want it to be maybe a drink. Let's make it wine, why not? Scaring away the cooks, preparing the wine. It can't be one sentence. That's too awkward. There, they scared away the cooks and prepared the wine. And joined the dinner. I mean, that's all you need to know. They scared away the cooks and prepared the wine and joined the dinner. So then news. After the Senate demise, the people drove the with the Senate dead, people drove their supporters into the sea. After the Senate's demise, its supporters were driven into the sea by the rising people. One year after, can you say 1 year after the day? Yeah, after the day. On the day. Yeah, 1 year on the day. Apparently not. 1 year to the day. That's what I was looking for. Wasn't it? Say something. No relevant, okay. Oops. No. Please not. Let's look if Google has something to say. Oh God. Oh, that's still the after there. Year to the day. Don't want German, thank you. Oh, Google is unbelievably annoying. Oh. Why can't I? Crazy. Exactly, it means exactly 1 calendar year has passed. Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know. 1 year to the day. A new king was crowned. A new king took to the throne with the blessing of the people. Into the sea, to the day, blessed by the people, new king took to the throne. Okay. I think that's good. Okay, so I have 5 texts. These large companies are master of enshittification. Yeah, they are. They truly are. I mean, I think they're just too big. And of course, being on the stock exchange, having a stock price also doesn't help. So what was I doing? I was finding a feature that is region locked, and make feature markers define a region. Only those in use for now are really required. Place prefabs of it. Okay, so I need the mural object, so I can add these texts, and that's 4 mural. Oh, that's 1. Yeah, okay. Microsoft recently renamed Office to be Microsoft Copilot 365 app. Really? Oh man. Yeah, I mean, Microsoft is... that's just hopeless to expect anything from them. So object marker, I want the mural. Oh, what's this? No, Vault Hunter. I'm using this. NPC, is that NPC? Yeah. So mural, prop deco, prop none. So I have the mural, and this is a ancient memorial. But there's no read on this. Don't I have... I don't. Can I make this? This is not deco. This is none. It's maybe read. Yeah, I think so. This is a memorial. Maybe I should add the feature number here. That may be not bad. And then let's look in the signal file and look at read arts. Is there an arts handler? Prop arts. Was there... So props have a signal handler if... Oh, if they are arts. When did I write that? I'm not sure if there are even props that are arts. I think they're not, but I need read. Let's make this so that I don't get confused. And this is not arts. This is prop. I mean, I could just try to read mirror. Okay, there it is. Used if read. I mean, I can just make this. A prop. Like this. Props signal handler. Try to read. If it can read it, it will read it. That should be about it. So I don't even need the... Why do I have these subcategories? Okay, these I understand. But what about the food? Okay, I get that. There were others here. Okay, food read gold, but these don't make sense. But there are none here. Okay, apply. Get that. Okay, I think it's fine. So I have prop reading, but I need the actual reading part, the data. Read object. There it is. Charcoal bear drawing. That was first of all that's still with the string copy. Oh, okay, talk. Name is down here. Do I have a name here? I think so. Default return 0, return 1. So this yes, this can go, and this is talk. Like this. Okay. Yeah, I wanted the grep bear. Wanted the number of the feature. That's 38. Shop. Oh, the shopkeeper is in there. Wait, do I use the shopkeeper? I don't think so. Poison master. I mean, I think it's easier when I put the feature name here. So what is the bear? That's 106.16. Okay. And the 629 is, that's false. What is the poison master? That was 133. Okay, sheep-haired mold hunter. That's also the bear. Field cross. Okay, that's another thing. These cells are all 133. I need some more space here. All scribbled. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and these I think they are 360, yes. 344. 35. And 334. What? Yes, 333. Okay, so I know that these are in use and I don't screw with them. Okay. Okay. So let's continue with the scheduled program, which is the content of the readable memorial, and that is okay, it's 57. Don't need this here anymore. And here I need well, what was it I was thinking about earlier? So there are 5 different texts, but only one object. So I could, what I really want is these memorials to be placed in the world and give only one text. Wait, but I could, oh, I could put all texts in there, but I want just one of the 5. So it has to be attached to the object somehow. I could make 5 different objects, but that's overkill. But I don't want there to be duplicates either. What do I do? Oh, these are region locked. That's the whole reason why I'm doing this. So it depends on the region. So there are 3. I could maybe check here. There's no position. And there's also no marker to check. So that's also irrelevant. So I need 5 of them, which is fine. It's just a bit annoying to have so many objects. I don't know how I could do this. I mean, I can pass in the position here in this read object function and then do some modulo on the position. And return it based on that. So that would be, well, it doesn't, it would attach the story to the mural, but it doesn't guarantee that there are not duplicates. So let's see what I do here. So I do have calculations here, but I don't know what region a mural is on. but I could add that. Oh wow, that sounds bad. It sounds much more cumbersome than just creating 5 objects. So this is muttering. This is if there's a cauldron around a witch, they will cook. So there is some room for switching it up depending on the environment. I could, of course, make this dependent on a quest and make it... Oh no, that doesn't work. I was thinking about setting a quest flag when you read the first one. But if you read it again, it advances the quest and shows you the second text. So that doesn't work either. I mean, it is actually 5 different objects in the world, so let's stop trying to cheat and just make them. So this is, we look at the unused IDs I have. I have 354, 608, 609, 610. Put that back. And this is, they look all the same. They just have different IDs. And maybe a word here for me to what nation? Savior. What do I call this? Pression. So firewall and resistance. There's a function in the wrong place here. Where's NA? There. Let's move them up. And there's an E missing. 50. Okay. That needs... This read object needs... Oh, do I have the... Let's check that first. Are there entities available to pass into this function? Where it is called grab read object. Oops. It's the wrong one. Here it is. And there are... Well, item... Might not have... But it surely has a name. Read object. Yeah, it's just an item. Then let's pass in the name here. And the other was... already forgotten. The other was a sign. Or signal, rather. E and A. I hope this... No, I think it's the object table. The entities don't carry around their own name, I believe. I need read object char star, and here char star name, and then I can... Oh, that's bad. Because this function is called the same, so that wouldn't work. Damn it. Give it an actual long name. Doesn't... Oh wow, that's super stupid. This whole thing was really stupid. Because I can get the name from the OI, from the object index that's already passed in. So that was embarrassing. What was it? Sign and... Where am I? Sign and item. Yeah, that was stupid. Okay. OI. No, OS, OI, name. Well, I don't have... I should give this letters. Else I can't distinguish between them in the editor. So I have... What are they? Props? Yeah, memorial. Have them here. Wow, in this snow it's really hard to see the text. Okay. Teleport to the prefabs. So I need 3 of them. Not 3, but 5. 5 of them. So with this paint, I can just paint like this. Oh, what? That's new. Didn't know the paint mode can create tiles, but okay. That's good. Now let's place the murals. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks good. And I can finally save without accidentally placing a new entity. And I found out that I had removed the button locking from my input code. The button locking it's a flag on a button that I can set so that it doesn't trigger, for example, repeat or hold or released commands until it was fully released and is pressed again. So that fixed that finally. Okay, so I have these here. Now I have to put them in the run.c prefab placement thing. And my goal was to have them placed on only one region. So maybe I should... Oh, well, shouldn't. I was thinking about painting the bottom here so that it's clear where it is placed, but I want this to be variable still. How do I... Well, I don't, I guess. I don't make this visible in the editor, which is fine, I guess. So this is 28/2, and then we have +4. So 32, oh gosh, 32, 36, 40 until 44. Okay. So run.c copy something, copy fab. Okay, 8. This is not sewing. This is prefabbing. size 3. This is a memorial 1 of what is this, 128, and it starts at 28, 9, 10, 11, 12, and let's add a space here. 28, 32, 36, 30, 40, 44. And this is memorial 2, 3, 4, 5. And the random thing goes up to 12. I still haven't added the texts, so let's do this here. Talk.c, and that's in read object. So I have, oh, what was it? Object.c, there it is. 354, 608, 609, 610. Memorial 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's it. Why is this so small now? Okay, I have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrong one. Talk. Like this. This looks okay. And next one. I maybe should have formatted these better. this is cutting it very close. So this one should be formatted. Watching while I cook my dinner. Meat and rice, very simple. Nice. That sounds delicious. Meat and rice. I had spaghetti today. Also pretty simple. Yeah, let's do these again. Just for readability. Okay, much better. So the next one. And last one. Yeah, it's just one giant line. Wow, that's surprisingly many lines here. Might have to be careful with the spacing back here. Because I think that's relevant in C. Pretty sure actually. So let's make sure that there are enough spaces. This one, and then that's it. Okay. Okay, it eats it. That is good. Can the have text? I'm not sure if I want to keep this. Oh, maybe I want this there. Space is cheap. Okay. What do I have here? Marker needed for regions. Place in world. Right, region rejection code. Placed only once per turn. Only once per run. There was that, yes. Oh, that's another complication. Yeah. Let me look at the feature text again. Ancient memorial in a field with inscriptions describing the fight for freedom from the oppression of the old nations and a famous hero, leaving the reader to speculate about what exactly took place, as some texts are illegible now. Many more can be found that continue the story. Okay, there needs to be some kind of subsequent letters are unreadable. Maybe like this. Text becomes illegible. That's good. Text becomes illegible. Becomes legible and text becomes legible. Yeah. Okay, I have that. Leaving the reader to speculate about what exactly took place. Some texts are illegible now. Many more can be found that continue the story. So, markers for needed regions. Self-contained but open texts. 5 prefabs for each region, 5 memorial objects, have that. Placed in world, right region, rejection code, placed only once per. Markers for needed regions. So let's first check if they are, oh there was one. If they are working. Okay. So that works. That's pretty good. There should be a black box behind it. But maybe I have that somewhere. Where's this? Let's look in the other. It's in game. Is it read? Oh, it just renders the text. Great. So maybe I can pane. Okay, maybe I can wing this. Window.width 0.5 minutes 20. 3 times. Okay, 35 times window.width. Well, I don't know how many lines this is tall. Or maybe I do. No line count. Nope. So I can draw a background box, but I don't have the number of lines. So this is 35 times channel width, character width, and this is, well, it's, who knows, maybe 8. Pane. What is it complaining about? Type float. Expected, but argument is of type double. Too many arguments. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, let's hope for a memorial. There it is. And okay, it's screwed up completely. Because that has to be... Okay, this is actually due width. And this is the height. Okay. I mean, it's still pretty bad. So this is minus, okay, let's make this 22. And that adds 4 here. And then make this 1. And that's actually not a good idea. This 1. One more to the left means one more width. No, actually 2 more width. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. Then 1 up. Maybe like this. I mean, it's not worse, so that's good, but I need more width. Why is 35 not enough? That's weird. Why am I too much? Why is this 20 in the first place? Then this should be 40. Let's make this 17. Okay, that's not wide enough. This should be 40. $36. Then this is 18. Somehow this thing is weird. I mean, I need more height. Make it 16 or something. Well, that's too much, I think. Okay, I needs more width. 9, 16. Getting better. Still more width. Where's my width going? Okay, so this is better. This is almost usable. I just need a little bit less of this. Oh, I need more of it, not less. Yeah. So 22 and 44. And I mean that's workable. I need to adjust the line spacing because that is bad. Let me just look if I have that subtracted between letters. Do I have a line height? Height of a line +1. I'm not sure that did anything. Well, it is in there. Spray. So. Oh, I didn't make a clean build. So yeah. Did you implement your own word wrapping? Yes. It's a super bad one, and I'll have to make it better one day, but it's gonna show you if you want to. Because I don't remember exactly what I did. I'd have to look into it. So that's much more readable. Actually, that's much more what I want. I think that's exactly 1 pixel space between the lines now. So that's good. Now this is almost readable. If it weren't for the font. I was thinking that this isn't the web, so there's no CSS. Yeah, that's right. There's no CSS. How do you put the text in a determinate position? Literally X and Y chords? Yes. I have that happens in the shader. The shader has a path for UI stuff, and And yes, the way I have set it up is 0 is on the top left. I think that's the same with CSS actually. And then all my calculations are in pixels, but they are relative. So if I say 20 times 2, 20 times 22 times the character width, and the character width is defined here as the sprite width times the UI size. So that's basically the sprite width is 4 by 8 pixels, and the UI size is just a scaling factor of that. And scaling factor is UI size is 4 basically, currently in the game, and 3 in the editor. So 4 means just the actual pixel size times 4, and that's it. Can you show the word wrap? Yes, I can. And that's in, let me just make a mental note of where I was. And yes, I showed that the memorials are working. So I can now look at the regions. Okay, so the word wrap is somewhere here. Yeah, that's it. Render string and block breaks lines at width. Renders n characters, returns height. Okay, so this means render block string, so it breaks words. Int x and y is just the coordinate on the screen. Width is also width is the width when it starts breaking. C is just a color, and format, that's the string that is to be rendered. And this is just some VA VSS printf stuff, so I can easily construct this string when I call the function, but in the end it lands in SB, which is a string buffer, which is this thing. So there's just a string inside that I then want to render. And this stuff, I think this is a bit complicated, so I'll have to try to understand my own code, but L is the number of lines, that's set to 1. I is iterator, SP is a string pointer, CH is char, the current character. Then the for string, the for loop runs as long as character is not null, so it gets dereferenced here. So character is set to point to the string buffer, and it gets dereferenced every loop. And if the reference value is 0, which in C means the end of the string, then the loop breaks. And this increments the character, so it runs character per character through the string buffer, and it increments a counter also. And then it says if the number of characters that we have run through is greater than the width that is allowed, and the string pointer is set, then add a new line character right here. String pointer, yeah, the string pointer is, where is that set? It's set here. Oh, okay, the string pointer is, maybe explain this here first. So this checks if the character where we are currently at in the string is a space character, then save that location to the, I guess that's a space pointer or string pointer, but this points to a space character. So if we're over the allowed width and we have a space character pointed to, then make that space character a new line, set it to null, the pointer to null, so that we know that we no longer have a space character, and move the character one back. Don't know what that's for, and increment the line counter. So basically what this does is it goes through the string, and it every time it goes out of bounds, it sets it remembers all spaces, and when it goes out of bounds, it turns the last space it has seen into a new line, and that's it. And then I have the align the last word, because this is just a special case, I think, because the last line should run out. Not sure why, but there's the same thing again, like here, just one more time. I'm not sure why. And now the actual thing that makes the breaking is not in here. The actual breaking is done in render string. So this puts new line characters in, but the render string function, which is the main string rendering, so this function is basically the same, but it has no max width. But it has, does it have? I'm only telling you the interesting stuff. Everything else is boilerplate. So I have here the same string walking with character being walked through the string, and here if there's a new line, then increment the y coordinate, subtract the width where we are from the x. So that's basically new line carriage return, and this subtracts from the vertices counter, which I don't get, but that's maybe important, I don't know. So this is the string renderer. This is one character here, this whole thing. That's 6 vertices. So that's 6 colors, 6 UVs, and 6 positions. And they are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 2 triangles that make up the character. And those characters get collected and dumped all into this VB array for vertices, and then it gets transformed to its correct position on the screen, and then here the shader is selected and it's rendered. So that's just an OpenGL render call, and that's it. Yeah, so the word wrapping is in 2 steps. One inserts the new lines, and the renderer breaks back to the beginning of the line when it encounters a new line. Yeah, so this way I can explicitly set new line characters in my string rendering, and they will be observed by the string renderer. Yeah, and this is all again stupidly simple. So AAA studios, they they pre-mesh all their strings and stuff, but this is just, I mean, in this, in looking at this mural, you have like, what are these, 500 characters, so that's 500 calls to the graphics card, which is, I mean, normally you would think that wouldn't work. That would kill your frame rate instantly, but it's 60 frames. Actually, I can make profile. Is that working? Doesn't seem so. There's a profile thing. Gallium UHD. Okay, I think that's not working. I think that's a OpenBSD thing. But it would actually be interesting. Oops. Gallium driver. Okay, so that's an OpenBSD thing. Not sure how I get the OpenGL profiler with, I'm not even sure what I have, NVIDIA, I believe. Oh, that's why I pre-processed the strings. Yeah. I mean, there are multiple reasons. One other reason you would pre-process strings is to for hash tables. Could some things like text be put in the screen without the GPU processing it? Or once the displaying is done, the GPU, everything must be done there. Or once the displaying is done by the GPU, thing must be done. That depends on your operating system, I would say. So what you get when you so if I open this game, I get this OpenGL window, which I can shrink. No. Yeah, like this. So there's no reason why you theoretically, when I alt tab, you can see the window disappears. So the operating system is drawing something over it. There's, I think, no reason why you should be able to do this, but I'm not sure if it's allowed in X11, for example. There are drawing primitives, like I think in Handmade Hero, he starts out with blitzscreen or something like that. I think you could blitzscreen over your OpenGL context. But as for I know that there are graphics libraries in iOS and macOS that allow you to draw strings, not only but also, but they may use the GPU in the behind the scenes anyway. So Once displaying is done by the GPU, everything must be done there. So the core, the frame buffer, that is the data that is on your computer screen, that lies, as far as I know, with the operating system. So the GPU, that's a good question actually. I think the GPU writes to the frame buffer, but it doesn't hold the frame buffer. So the power is with the operating system, as far as I know. More specifically, the kernel. Yeah, so the GPU is not limiting you there. It's just giving you much faster 3D primitive processing. Yeah. Okay. Let's think about the profiler later. Markers for needed regions. So the idea was that these markers will become not only feature but also region markers. So here I would probably place a snow feature, maybe in here, maybe a village feature or something. Village feature, snow feature. Up here a rock feature, rocks. Yeah, and so on. So all these yellow feature markers must be changed. I mean, right now they are wildcards, so they say, okay, every region can go here. Or this marker does not represent a specific region, but I would want this to be, yeah, region specific. So then the feature that gets selected to be placed here can say, oh, this is a snow feature, I don't match this environment, choose another one. Yeah, same with a village feature. And so on. So the where is it? Here. The resource feature, not resource feature, the feature object should actually be like 12 or 20 or however many regions I have. And yeah. So for the memorials, they are, the feature is written in a way that makes it clear that these are only found on fields. So there are no fields here, but here. So I would have to place a couple of field features here. and make the memorial feature that is here somewhere. Yeah, there. That's here copied. I have to put some test in here that says only place this in fields, and not sure where I would want this test to be. So I have features that fit on any region, and they won't test for a specific one. So I would want this all in this random switch case. Yeah, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. Actually, I think what I had in mind is putting these in different regions. So let's say this field, rock, marsh, beach. I think they should be on the surface. Or I want one in the mountains, on a field, and in the marsh. So let's put this on the ground in a... No, that's not... Makes no sense to be underground. Let's put it in the forest. So these are just code names for what I will actually call the regions. So where do I test this? I mean, I should test this right here. So I have to change the layout, but it's really readable right now. But I guess that's not as important. I mean, this works. A short amount of busy work. And then I should just make an if branch here in these and return null if it couldn't place it, because I have a retry loop as a parent of this function. So I can just return 0 and it will try again. I mean, this is readable enough, I guess. So this put feature function needs the... Let's write the if statement first. If this is region is not field, turn 0. Rock, marsh, moss, and these enums don't exist right now. I think the field might exist. Nope. Marsh, moss. What else is there? Snow. Oh, they all don't exist. And I want them... actually places feature OY. Yes, I want the OY. Put features, and then I just removed this earlier today. Put feature OY marker. For marker. So then I can say why and I can give this, so the markers are here. There's only one, the F marker, but I want more of them. I want the, actually I want to turn this into kinds of markers. Field feature should still be there. Field feature, marsh feature, field rock, marsh, moss, rock, marsh, moss, needles. And needles is just a pine forest. It should all be F. So then I need colors. Can abbreviate this. Why would I? Okay, here's the color, yellow, which I want to resemble the color of the ground, which I can get from here somewhere. 32, 32, 32. Okay, so marsh is 32. Field is 40. Moss is 36. Needles is 24. These are just indices for the colors in the palette. Rock. Where's the rock here? 53. And I know that's a dark gray, so this should work. Then I need indices. Let's grab this one and say 11, 6, 30, 6, 31, 6, 32. And that's then 633 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5. Okay. And that should be it. Now, to call them here in the put feature function, by this here, I would have to add a pound define. Or I do it with a function that resolves this. But if I write the actual object indices here, that's absolutely unreadable. For example, that would be 632. So this says absolutely nothing. So I would have to give these features an enum. Have I solved this before? Don't think so. Oh, I have, yes. I have solved this by adding them here. These are all features. I don't really want to pollute this. So I would have to add them down here. No, I will pound define them right here, where they're needed, because I think that's the only place where they'll be needed. So field is 612, rock is 611, marsh is 630, moss is 631, and needles is 632. Okay. So that should take care of this. Just one last look. Needle, not moss, not rock, not field. Patch feature has no... Okay, that's also true. I also deleted that today. And then I'll have to set this here. Yes. Okay, so F field feature is green. That's good. I mean, it's wrong here everywhere, but okay, I don't have snow features. I have rock features. They are, well, pretty hard to see as expected. But I don't have enough letters because marsh, moss and mud are all M, so Okay, so how do I test this? More importantly, let me just restart this to not save any stuff. I need to, in order to test this, I'll need to make these these prefabs show the color, show the region they belong to. So that's here it is. So memorial 1 is field. So let's give it a grass color. 2 is rock. 3 is marsh. 4 is moss. And the last one is needles, I believe. So these are distinct, which is good. And now I can go to the village. And I mean, the other stuff spawns as expected, and there I saw a green memorial for the green marker. So that works. So let's put some rock markers here. Okay, random stuff. And here's a memorial. Let's look if it doesn't spawn in other colored ones. No, it doesn't. Then let's go to, I mean, I have the field. I have the rock. This is moss. And yeah, that works. And what? I hope I saved that before I placed all these markers here. But that's, well, that's not that important. Okay, needles. And yeah, there's the memorial. Alright, so this works. And I have now 5 more things that can be placed on the map. Let's check if that, oops, if I actually saved the prefabs. Yes. So let's place some actually let's move them around a bit, and let's go into the okay, there's that. I'm waiting for objects to appear. Because that's the easiest way to place them. Hello, some rocks maybe. Oh, okay. And this is the bog. And the moss. Actually, I've said that they are not, they are not decorations, so they don't get replaced when I randomly place these region objects, these decorations. So that's better. Let's look at the... Where did I place the... I mean, this might actually be a problem. That these markers are not... Oh, I deleted all of them, yeah. That these markers are not that visible. I'll have to think about that. I mean, would be nice to have a different colored face versus background, but that's also an invitation into optimizing things that don't need optimization. Okay, so this works. What I want to adjust is the color of the read rendering, which is gray 2. Let's make it gray 1. And okay, what happened? That's weird. I spawned on the stone here and no objects spawn in. But I must have a reason. Okay, this is much better. This doesn't fry your eyes as much. And yeah, I mean, I could make this really pretty in the future with a border and a background and stuff. But for right now, this is as good as it gets. Someone hacks wood. Okay. Good to know. So let's put that in the bucket. I mean, commit. Add region feature markers. Add feature, and what was it? 128. run.c, signal.c, struct .agent target.c. Okay, make it clean and RCS clean. Check for dangling files, and that's all good. So the make feature markers define the region. Place the prefab only if it matches the marker region. I have that. Create region variants for prefabs if needed. Don't use region specific objects, so that's not a to-do really. But that to-do is done. Find a feature that is region locked. I did that with these memorials. And then I had make vignette turn on in game, but not in editor. I have that. Set allowed regions for all existing features. What? Oh. All the features that I have, should they be limited? That's a good question that old me posed. So bear and dead hunters. Let's look at 38. Stalking around the settlements. So there's no real limitation here, but it should probably be in a forest. Would be kind of weird if it was in the middle of a field somewhere, but I mean, I should actually be generous with this and not thin out my features too thinly across the regions. But what's one where this wouldn't happen? So I have rock field, snow, needles, moss, mud, marsh, shore, beach, cave, temple, sewer, crypt. Okay, this can only happen, I mean, in caves, but not elsewhere underground. So let's say I have the layer, if layer less than 2 and it's not a cave, return 0. Is that correct? If it's underground and not a cave, return 0. Else, if it is on the surface, then that's okay. I mean, a bear on the beach is super weird. But I mean, on the shore, sure, near a river. But also, if it's being hunted, then it may be far off its normal path, so I guess that's fine. Okay, but I don't have cave. So let's add the cave. We're at 633. And this is cave. And caves are... Well, now this gets tricky. Because now I think I have duplicate color. I mean, the editor shows the text, so it's not that bad, but... Cave, cave, cave. I don't have cave, but I have sand. And I think I use sand. So let's make this 33. And that's a unique color, so that's good. Okay, run.c. Let's make this cave is 633. Yeah. So the Templar, the Thief, the Witch, the Settler, it can be placed anywhere. The Naturals, I don't have enough information. 36. What is natural? There's nothing about where this appears. So let's just leave it everywhere. A group of undead. Let's leave that everywhere. So yeah, that's it. Oh yeah. Oh. I mean, so if I place these, if I place the bear here, on the field marker, and it appears like this, that's fine. But what I actually want is a snow marker here and a permutation of the bear prefab, which is here for the winter. Or I remove these. Yeah. So this is... So I have to remove these stones. Yeah. This makes more sense. So if the bear appears here without any decorations, and that's universal. I mean, it does actually look better than before. Yeah. So that's totally fine. Just have to remember that. But I think these colors here will remind me that that there is the possibility of having multiple terrain variants per prefab, even though these are all distinct objects and elements. I mean, well, they're feature elements. It gets complicated, but I think this works, which is very good. Okay, so I have that. Set allowed regions for all existing features. Okay, what else is there? Make safe games preserve paths. That's pretty involved. Rename Templars. Okay. Make faction allegiance more visible. That I'll have to think more about that. Make attacked entities defend themselves. That's a big one. I mean, let me just look at the code for that. So this was make bear. Oh, this was 38 appear only in caves. Okay, so the I object, let's see. So we're back at this foes function. So imagine a vendor and you choose to attack them. Let's say they are in the neutral. Not sure why this is not represented here. The neutral faction that has beef with no one. And you attack them. To make them become hostile, I could just make them hate your faction. Which means if I make this not static, this array, then I can, before I make the test, insert some extra points. For example, if you are a thief and you attack the vendor, which is neutral, the vendor will flip this and all will become hostile towards all thieves. Which is, I think, enough. I think this is conflating two different things. Well, I'm back thinking about this stupid table. How did I didn't implement this. Did not implement a reputation. I threw out the reputation because just making the player be one faction was much simpler and covered everything. So now I want to add this back in. As in, I mean, this is an aggression table, nothing more. So if I give the vendor this array and I index into it with the faction of the hero, flip this. Well then, oh god, it's hurting my brain. Where do I use this then? Do I just replace the row here in the table? So this is the, what is this? FN0 is the guy that decides if they hate FN1. So the vendor is here, which means this is exactly his line. And the index is the other person, which puts it here. So this is just the default. If every entity carries this around, this one array here, this is the default table, how it will be filled when the entity is created, depending on the faction. But then I can flip this. So in this function, I would just compare the entity 0 reputation, or let's call it, that's aggression, of FN1, and that's it. So I don't need this function. Just return, hey, does this entity attack this faction? And so then when the hero switches a faction, I'll have to give the hero a new aggression table. for his new faction. I mean, this sounds pretty good actually. And if, I mean, to solve the original problem, if a vendor gets attacked, so if they take damage, or if they are poisoned, or any other debuff is applied to them, then they look at the attacker and set the aggression table. But that also means the player will have this set. And if the player attacks a neutral, I mean, this has to be temporary, I believe. If I start killing settlers, then the default action toward all other settlers which are now attacking me should be attack. It should not be initiate dialogue. But then if I leave the village, I do not want every single settler in the world to attack me on sight. Or they won't. This has nothing to do with others seeing you commit a crime. That's completely different. This is just a one-on-one. The player attacks someone. So this is just about the reputation from one NPC towards you. So yeah, this should work. Setting this permanently. But then when you say you hit a vendor in the face, run away, and return, I mean, the entity map will load out the vendor, so the vendor will not remember this. But if he would not be loaded out, then he would attack you once you came back. I mean, this seems doable, but as with most things, I don't have enough data. To really implement this now. And I'm not even sure if the player should have the ability to attack neutral or friendly characters. I mean, would be nice, of course, and they should defend themselves in that case. But well, now that I know, can just write a comment here, and if it comes up again in the context of a feature, then I will implement this. When to implement NPCs defending themselves against aggressive player. Make an array of FN max. Add an array of FN max to entities that shows their aggression towards other factions. Fill this array with default values of the entity's faction on new E with the values below. When attacked by the player by a friendly faction, set the faction index in that entity array. Entities array. I'm sorry. And my voice is dying. And test with E. Let's call it with this default values. Index that entities array and test with ETFN. When attacked, set the faction index at the entities array. When determining foes, test with this. Okay. This should be enough for me to remember. Okay, remove, keep only wildcard markers, rename feature, I have that. Make bridges, exit, okay, these are all to-dos. Add seeded random to run, yeah, that's a problem. Make going underground optional, okay. Solve the revisiting sites problem. That needs a couple more weeks, I guess. For unused paths with props matching surroundings. That's also something. I mean, that's cosmetics. That is cosmetics. But what actually needs to go into the game to work is save games, preserving the paths. I mean, if the game saves the whole, no, if the path is constructed in whole at the start of the game, then I can just save the complete world in the save game, and then that's done. But if I want to restart the path generation algorithm somewhere along the way, then that gets more complicated, because the algorithm needs all the history. What does it actually need? I'm always saying these things because that's just an assumption, but usually it's more nuanced. If I start the path, what are the dependencies? Initialize run, find the patches. So this should be deterministic. Yes, this should actually be deterministic. Except when I changed the world, but oh, I do change the world. So between updates, this is not deterministic. So this collapses. But I am much more, what's the word? Comfortable with the path algorithm running once at the start of the game, and then that's it. I mean, that's more actually that's not even more complicated. I can rerun the path multiple times in that period before the game starts. Yeah, I mean, this is completely, if it's seeded, the find path function, I'm not sure if this is, I mean, there's no time involved, so it should be deterministic with the seeded random function. But yeah, so put the features, put the resources. These are deterministic. But I do want seeds that you can share with other players. But I don't think this, I don't see a huge obstacle somewhere here. So yeah, I'm still hoping for the save game to just be the whole world plus active entities, which I already have. Because I mean, what could be a problem is when I use this path metadata at runtime. But I don't think so. Use it for the debugger, sure. That's it. So that's good. Let's see if I use the flood map. also only in the path generation and the debug mode. Run, yeah. The only exported function is start it. So that still still works. Should still work. What did I change? Nothing. If I look in the save game code, write the version, write the hero, write the entities, and that's it. Write the version. Okay, it's just a 1. Write the struct of the hero, and write the entity position and the entity, and write what the entity is standing on. With its position. So that's just a flat array of entity binary data. Oh, that's one entity. So 2 positions, 2 entities. And this is, the same. So it just calls that function. Insert red entity into entity map. Okay. Read hero versions. Recall. Okay, so the write is just an F write. So recall. Okay, it just pulls pointers out of the save file. Set cam, reset light map, freeze loaded save game. Read entities. Okay, that's a whole lot of mallocs. That's fine. So read entity. Oh, it's a red entity. XXX. What if hero entity is someone entity's ground? I mean, that hasn't been a problem. Read entity. Okay. So this is also super simple. And I mean, it writes out the entity map, which is great. So it could also just save the state of the world, which includes all collapsed markers and exits right now. It's because I think recalling right now does not regenerate the world. Because it doesn't have to. And because it was not. Because it still just works. I think so. Well, anyway, I'll turn on my storage unit. My network storage. And let's see what I did. Oh, yeah. Added the entity self-defense comment. Object.c. Start.c, start.h, makes push. So let's edit the checklist for today, the log, I mean. Come on. What's happening? Okay. I did some, well, before stream I did some cleanups, but they were not that noteworthy. I was mostly thinking about regions. What did I clean up? I did clean up the objects, the definitions, and make feature markers define the region, and add royal stones and stories, descriptions, and make vignette only show up in game, and make prefabs have a say in their region placement. And I streamed on Twitch. Yeah, that's about it for today. World, region, and vignettes was the title, and I think I did both, which is very good. Thanks for the live. Thanks, Andre, for watching. I hope your dinner was good. And yeah, I will go get something to eat now as well. So I will back tomorrow, I believe, if nothing happens. Had a lot of things to do and couldn't give too much attention. That's all right. No worries. No worries. I'm working away here, so totally fine. All right. So thanks for tuning in, and I will be back tomorrow. But it's nice to listen to you work in the background. Good night. Yeah, I like those streams as well, with somebody hacking away in the background. Do not want to launch it. All right. Good night, Andre. See ya.